Test, test.
Hello, hello.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Test test. 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 Testing. Testing 1 2 1 2. Test test. 1 2. Testing.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting for Adelanto Elementary School District. Today is Tuesday, September the 10th, 2024. And thank you for coming out. The time is 5:30. Roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey, will you please take the roll, please?
Trustee Stewart?
Present.
Trustee Turner?
Turner present.
Trustee Soto?
Soto present.
Trustee Webster?
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, present.
Yes, you are pleasant.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Section 2, adoption of the agenda. Proposed additions, deletions, and adjustment in order. Do we have any, Ms. LeVey?
Madam President, we do. For staff reports and presentations, item 4.02, that's the SIPSA presentation. We are pulling that item. Also, under 1502, academic services, approval of the school plans for student achievement for all 14 school sites across the Adelanto Elementary School District. We will be pulling that item tonight. And then for item 1316, that is certificated personnel acceptance of a certificated employee resignation under Dr. John Albert. We also need to add John Albert, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. So it should be Acting Superintendent and Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. And that's it for tonight.
Thank you. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the agenda with the exception of 4.02, 15.02, and the changes to 13.16.
Soto, I'll second that motion.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Section 3, cabinet reports. 3.01, events and future activities significant to the district. We'll start with Dr. DeWison.
Good evening, President Love French, Board of Trustees, AESD staff and community. I'm honored to share a brief update on behalf of our Academic Services Division. So as of today, we have 7,645 students, and our attendance rate for last week was 93.7. We are also happy to announce this evening that all 14 of our schools have won PBIS awards. This celebration is September 25th from 5 to 7 in Apple Valley. This award is a testament to the work of the staff. It does not mean perfection. It doesn't mean that there aren't incidents, but we are celebrating the implementation of the systems, procedures, and protocols to put in place to support our students. So we are very proud of all 14 of our schools this year. Special education had a great turnout for their IEP Empowerment Series. So I want to thank you to Dr. Bess and Mrs. Perez. That continues this Thursday here in the boardroom. Our culture and climate team was out this week at sites conducting culture and climate visits to observe PBIS protocols and our safe and welcoming learning environment expectations. So this data helps us to guide next steps to support our students, teachers, administrators, and parents. In state and federal programs, we rolled out a new time and accounting procedure. It's actually an app, and it's connected right to your Google Calendar. So it's very easy to pull those reports that are required, and we are in an FPM year, so that will be awesome. And last but not least, Williams inspection season has concluded with 0 findings. So we want to thank our maintenance and operations, our academic services, and our school site staff for making sure our students have what they need every single day. That concludes reports for academic services.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you and good evening, President LaFrench, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and community members. It's a pleasure to serve our district. I have a couple of updates I'd like to share with you. I actually want to piggyback off of what Dr. Duizon said as far as our ADA. Let's give a huge shout out to our schools for their hard work and dedication. Our ADA for today sits at 91.9%, and let's talk about the stars of the show. Leading the pack is actually Mesa Linda with a whopping 97%. George Visual and Performing Arts isn't far behind, rocking a solid 95.75%. Gus Franklin STEM School is shining bright with 95.23%. Keep up the amazing work, everyone. You're crushing it. As I mentioned before, we are dedicated to reaching new goals and achievements. We invite our families to join us in growing our schools by completing our surveys. Today, let's give a huge round of applause to Melva Davis for an impressive 45% completion rate in just the first 4 weeks of school. Woohoo, and a way to go to lead the charge. In fiscal news, our awesome fiscal team has officially closed the books on the 23-24 fiscal year. Tonight, I'll be presenting our 23-24 unaudited actuals. Plus, next week, from Wednesday to Friday, our auditors will be on site to wrap up the 23-24 audit and review our financials for our unaudited numbers. So stay tuned. This past week, I had the opportunity to walk through our DO complex, focusing on ways we can enhance our operations and continue to thrive. Our classified staff work incredibly hard to provide top-notch services to our schools and our children as they take immense pride in their work. For that, I want to sincerely thank you and every one of you. Your dedication is truly appreciated. As always, thank you, and it's a pleasure serving our district.
Thank you. Dr. Walker.
Good evening, esteemed President Love French, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, AESD staff, and our community. A few updates. We had our induction meeting with all new teachers and their coaches. This meeting was facilitated by Mr. Brown from Riverside County Office of Ed and our very own Miss Vicki Bell. There were over 40 in attendance. I had an opportunity to attend El Mirage and West Creek's Back to School Night, where I experienced the most enthusiastic welcome by the after-school program cheerleaders at West Creek. Very excited to have had and had a meet and greet with our very own ADTA president, Jennifer Rader, to just get to know one another. So as we build this relationship, it will also flow into the work that we're doing in negotiations. Also, during the site leaders meeting, I engaged the team with a refresher on the FRISC model for supporting employees and their relationships and collaborating on the new administrative evaluation tool. In addition, I spent a couple of hours at Mesa Linda Middle School visiting with staff and administration. On another note, the Human Resource Department is looking forward to attending the City of Victorville Fall Festival to advertise our wonderful school district and possibly recruit for key positions. Lastly, I am very excited to announce that CSEA Chapter 451 has approved and ratified the 2023-2024 CSEA contract. We look forward to the sunshine and for our 24-25 negotiations. Thank you for your support and commitment as we continue this journey together. I am confident that with our collective efforts, We will achieve great things for our district and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet, for those updates, and thank you for your support in all you do. Thank you. Section 4, staff reports and presentations. 4.01, we have academic services for the LCAP presentation.
All right, good evening, President Love French, Board of Trustees, our AESD staff and community. This evening, we're bringing you the updated and extended version of our local control and accountability plan. As we go through these changes that were required this year, we will point out all the changes that were made and why and how it impacted our plan. All districts in the county were required to go back and make these significant changes due to the new template administered by the CDE, and introduced more specific requirements that had to be in the LCAP. Due to the edits and revisions, we're bringing this back to the board and community for approval. All LCAP plans must be approved by September 15th in conjunction with our budget, which Ms. Gonzalez will share with you later. All right, so this year's LCAP marks the beginning of a new 3-year cycle. Senate Bill 114 requires revisions of the LCAP and the annual update template and instructions to begin with the 24-25 LCAP, so that was this year. Significant changes made to this plan that are different from previous LCAP template. There was a mid-year update that we did give. That's a new requirement. We have to give that mid-year update by February 28th of every single year. That's the latest you can give it. There's the use of the new template. There were clarifications and instructions in summarizing the intent of the LCAP. There were changes in the plan summary, changes in educational partners, changes in the goals and actions. State priorities were addressed in each goal. We had to update measuring and reporting results, goal analysis, and make sure that our foster English learners and low-income students were represented in the increased or improved services section. There were also changes in the action tables, and the County Office of Education requires managing and ensuring compliance while also supporting our districts. So the county office had 4 required areas. I won't read all the print, but the first area for approval for the county office to sign off on your LCAP was adherence to the new State Board of Education template. So we had to make sure that every piece that I mentioned before, all those changes were updated and included in the LCAP. The second area required for county approval were the sufficient expenditures in budget to implement the LCAP. Criteria area number 3 was adherence to the State Board of Education expenditure regulations. And the final was the final area for approval is the calculation and implementation of carryover. While carryover has always been included in the LCAP, the difference this year is that it had to specifically be mentioned as to how you are using that carryover to support your students that you have identified. So the LCAP budget approval processes are both interdependent and interrelated. Budget approval is not possible without County Office of Education approval of the district's LCAP. If a county superintendent of schools does not approve a district's LCAP on or before September 15th, the county superintendent of schools may not approve the district's budget. So they do work hand in hand. Through LCAP, though LCAP approval is required by October 8th, it is always recommended to do September 15th, so you're hand in hand with the budget. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ochoa.
Thank you, Dr. Doizan. So as we get into the weeds of our LCAP, we must take a look into the equity multiplier resource. If we take a look at the total allocation given to us, this is the first year where we have received $8,176,519. As we receive the total allocation, there are 4 areas that were stipulated in terms of how to justify the spending of these resources. The California Department of Education identified schools for equity multiplier, and we have 7. The local control funding formula created the equity multiplier, and it provides additional funding to local educational agencies. However, we must look at the equity multiplier in the lens or through the lens of supplemental, not general. Pursuant to the California Department of Education, we're required to use evidence-based services and supports for students at each of the school sites allotted. LEA must require or must have documents to support the efforts carried forward with the equity multiplier. The 24-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan is the first plan in which we are receiving the allocation. If we go on to the next slide, equity multiplier has added 7 specific goals. So in our prior year, we had 3 goals, and that was the 3 goals generated by the Adelanto School District. In addition to the 3 goals, we had to add 7 additional goals, 1 goal per equity multiplier school. When we add additional goals with the descriptions, we have to understand the priorities, the explanation, measure, and reporting results, goal analysis of the 2024-25, and generate actions, titles, descriptions, and total funds. So in addition to the 3 LCAP goals the Adelanto School District has, we had to create 7 additional goals for a total of 10 goals. Within the 7 additional goals, we had 60 new actions, titles, and descriptions for total funds allocated to each of the school sites. As we take a look at the process in which to do so, we must look at the California State Priorities 1 through 8. AESD has carefully considered how to reflect the services and related expenses for our basic instructional program in relations to the state priorities. We have aligned our instructional program to the California State Priorities 1 through 8 and reflected that in the LCAP presented today. However, we also have to reflect the additional goals for our equity multiplier. And so when we took a look at the equity multiplier goals along with the AESD goals, we added additional priorities based on our metrics. Local indicators met. I would like to celebrate meeting the 3 local indicators displayed on slide 3. Basic teachers, instructional materials, facilities, parent and family engagement, as well as local climate surveys were done with expertise. I am doing the first one, correct. Let's jump into our first goal, This is a district goal, student achievement. Student achievement will increase in English language arts, math, and science with a focus on closing the achievement gap for struggling students. In our prior year, we also had the addition of social studies. But because social studies is not part of our testing, the county suggested that we remove that. So we are focused on language arts, math, and science, and closing the achievement gap. As you take a look at the priorities, in previous years, we had 1 or 2 priorities, and the priorities were mostly priority for pupil achievement. But because we wanted to go deeper in addressing the specific outcomes of our results, our testing results, we have added additional priorities to assist us in creating a sustainable plan for all of our students. If we take a look at LCAP goal metrics, this is the first year that we are using AESD metrics, meaning state total assessments. But in addition to that, we have to take a look at the assessments at the school level. So any particular school that has had a red or had the development of a red for a specific student group, we also had to put that into our LCAP. So if you're looking at solely LCAP goals for AESD, we have metrics 1.1 and 1.2. We have California Science, and we have ELA CASPS goals. One of the differences from our first version to our last version is that the county suggested that we take a look at the outcomes of all students and provide equitable assessments and equitable expectations of all of our student groups. So they asked us to take a look at each of the student groups and make changes as suggested by the county as well as our district. When we go on to the next slide, these are the particular LCAP goal metrics that relate to elementary. And these are the particular individual schools that have multiple reds. So if we look at the first example, we have Adelanto Elementary. They have reds in all, low income, and Hispanic. We have red in EL for Braddock. Eagle Ranch, EL, are in red. George Visual also has 2 in red. Gus Franklin, Morgan Kincaid, and Ted Vick have red. We had been given the information from the county as well as the information from the California dashboard. We had to take a look at each of the schools that were performing in red for multiple student groups. So we had to incorporate their data into the LCAP data for Goal 1. When you take a look at the next slide, we're looking at the matrix for the middle schools, Columbia and Mesa Linda. The baseline are the student groups that are currently in red. When we take a look at the next slide, this is Virtual Academy, and they represent 3 specific student groups in red. When we take a look at LCAP, next slide, metrics, we're also looking at not only English language arts, but we're looking at mathematics. And this is the baseline for the district mathematics. And these were the changes that were made from the first version to the second version. When we take a look at the information, next slide, for mathematics, these are the individual schools that represent red for each particular student group. When we created the goal, we had to analyze each of the goals, each of the reds for each of the student groups and determine how we could incorporate each of the student groups in our LCAP goals. Again, next slide is metrics middle school. for mathematics, representing the student groups in red. Next slide is Virtual Academy, representing the students in red. So when we take a look at the goal, our LCAP goal metrics, we're looking at metrics 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, and 1.7. And in addition to the ELA and the mathematics, we must have a goal that addresses English learners, specific to the LP, the reclassification rate. In addition to that, because of our efforts at academic services, we identified the iReady program in order to monitor and assess our students throughout. So we're also using the iReady as a means of measuring the outcome throughout the year. And so we're using iReady for local assessments in both language and mathematics. So as we take a look at the why the LCAP has incredible changes to it, we have taken a look at the LCAP Goal 1 actions. Each of the actions describe specific student groups. Each of the actions describe the particular student groups that are receiving a red or below average or below in state accountability. And so we had to change particular descriptions, and they needed to be very specific in focus. And so in addition to the changes that you see in red, there was the additional preliminary total funds that was changed from the first version to this version to include the carryover amounts. This is the first year we've had to create the carryovers from last year to this year and incorporate them into the LCAP. So as we were looking at creating the LCAP, we had to take a look at all of the student groups in the red zones. We looked at it from a district level, we looked at it from a school level, we looked at it from an equity multiplier recipient level, and took all that information and created that one particular goal and the metrics in which to assign the monitoring system. So it's a quite in-depth process, and that is Goal 1. Again, I want to affirm that we have 10 goals in the LCAP, where in previous years we had only 3. I'm going to let Dr. Dwyzon discuss Goal 2 in reference to climate and culture.
So Goal 2 changed slightly to make sure that we encompass the whole child. So specifically, to be very specific, what was added to this goal that's different is social emotional wellness, and then also mental and physical health. So we wanted to specifically make sure that we encompass the whole child, and it describes the connections between behaviors and safe environments and that impact that it will have on a student's achievement. So AESD carried out an inquiry cycle of data analysis using various metrics to include the following: local average daily attendance, chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, expulsion, and dropout rate. So this slide is our district baseline for attendance. This is one we continue to work on and shows an increase each year. Attendance incentives that we utilized within previous year's LCAPs did help, and we continue to use that moving forward. In the year prior, AESD received district assistance in the area of attendance and chronic absenteeism. In the 23-24 school year, the district's attendance rate was recognized by the county by increasing by 5%. So as a result, we were no longer in differentiated assistance for chronic absenteeism. Slide 26, this is our district baseline for chronic absenteeism on the next few slides. So the updated goals are highlighted in red. And this particular slide shows chronic absenteeism, our student groups that are in the red at those particular school sites. Again, changes made in red to highlight student groups that needed to be added. This is at a district level. And again, the next two slides show the school site student groups that are in the reds for suspensions. These are our middle schools and the student groups that are in the red. And then AESD's expulsion and dropout rates have decreased to 0%, and we will continue to strive to carry out restorative practice in alternative learning settings to maintain 0% expulsion rate. And then this slide represents the total actions, the specific actions that were added to address goal 2. So again, we had mental health, social emotional wellness, social emotional learning, and physical health that were added.
As we take a look at District Goal 3, Parent, Family, and Community Engagement, there was one change to this particular goal. We needed to represent our educational partners as community educational partners. We're no longer able to use the word stakeholder. That is a California Department of Education recommendation and policy. So anywhere in the LCAP where stakeholder was being utilized, we needed to remove that and put in community educational partners. And so that was the only change for LCAP goal number 3. As we take a look at the next slide, we're looking at the metrics. The metrics are local attendance rates of parent participation, promoting parental participation for unduplicated student groups. The successes of our previous year, we had over 3,000 parents participate in some form of workshop, training, or class. And so we would like to duplicate that in this LCAP. Local parent surveys to receive educational feedback on a two-way communication. So they have asked us to continue the local parent surveys, but to rotate them so that we're having more access to our parents' contributions. We also needed to change the local attendance SIS system rates of bilingual parents participating, promoting parental participation. And so the SIS system will be able to monitor how many attempts or how many levels of communication with each of our parents throughout the school district. The next slide determines or represents goal 3. And again, in the descriptions, we did have to remove the word stakeholder. In goal 3.2 in communication, we needed to increase communication with both foster youth, low income, and English learners. And bilingual education 3.3 stayed exactly the same. However, we did have an increase in amounts to serve that particular goal. Again, using the carryover money from the previous year.
I also would like to take this time to also thank our Business Services Office for their help and support. LCAP is truly a collaborative process. You have the content side and you have the fiscal side. So we thank you and our Human Resources team for their support as well. So at this time, that concludes our presentation.
Trustees, I'd like to open it up for some
I have
discussions.
questions. I know you mentioned that every district the county sent back every LCAP. When did you get information on all these changes? Was it after the fact? Because we have a whole year to complete our LCAP. And I'm really surprised to hear that all these changes were created after we approved the LCAP in June. So when did you hear about the equity multiplier?
So typically, I do want to say that even though the LCAP is approved in June of every year, it doesn't actually, the real time, because we still have edits between the June when the board approves and then that September 15th date, we're always doing edits. But this one was specifically because there were just a lot of different edits and more additions added. To specifically answer your question, we start working on the LCAP in about January. So Dr. Ochoa can speak more to that. She meets monthly with our county partners. And then to a certain level of degree, like when you get to June, how are you at that point? And then they keep working with you for the other one. So even though we knew about some of the changes, we didn't know to the depth that it had to be done. So that's why we had to go back and make sure all of those pieces, they were very thorough, making sure.
So with your meetings with the county, they never talked about these changes? There's just too many changes. This is too many changes to hear that you just got this. I can't buy that. I'm sorry.
So we began the process in early January, and the county did have, actually the county had their first meeting in December in reference to equity multiplier. Equity multiplier was discussed in several different levels. At one point, we were told all equity multipliers had to be incorporated into the LCAP, but they didn't tell us to what depth it had to be. When you take a look at the equity multipliers, you have to multiply 7 different goals and add those particular goals. And adding the goal isn't the biggest load, but actually analyzing your reds, analyzing the student groups, analyzing and going back to your school site and meeting with all of your community members to get feedback. So that was given to us in increments. And as they're giving it to us in increments, I needed to communicate with our schools, okay, please go back to your school site council and share this money and share how much you're having and what contributions you need to make. And so we had to have each school meet with their school site council, share that, take a look at that, tabulate that, and create descriptions for each of the goals. And that process was overwhelming. And so as we connected with the county and as we were trying to get additional assistance and feedback from them, they were saying this is a brand new system. This is brand new to the county level as well as to you. So we are unfolding this as we are providing it to you.
So we didn't know about these changes prior to you submitting the LCAP to us in June?
So the first attempt for the LCAP was submitted to the county as well as submitted to us. And then that was at the time where equity multiplier needed to go deeper in its focus. And so we did have equity multiplier goals. We did have descriptions, but not to the depth that they wanted to see it. And so that's when we were given the LCAP back, and then that's when we had to go deeper into the foundation of creating the descriptions along with the allocations. And you have to remember that as we're doing the LCAP, we also have to unfold the SIPSAs because the SIPSAs have to be aligned to the LCAP. And so as we're creating the LCAP, the SIPSAs are also being created. And we're receiving information, sometimes very consistent information, sometimes inconsistent information, because again, it's brand new to the county, it's brand new to the districts. Now, if I were saying that we were the only district that had to return our LCAP and present it to you, I would say that that would be representation of neglect on my part. But when we take a look at the 33 school districts that needed to resubmit their LCAP, it was all 33.
Well, we don't know to what extent. I know you also mentioned that, and maybe I misunderstood it. You mentioned 3 priorities that has always been required. Ever since LCFF was established, there's always been 8 priorities, and we have to address all 8 priorities of our students. And let me finish. You mentioned that you did not address all students. Some students have more, need more resources than others, but we should address all students. So, maybe I misunderstood what you said, but that's what I heard.
So what I said is that we're taking a look at all priorities, and all priorities need to be part of the LCAP. When we take a look at each of the goals, in some cases, we only used 1 priority. In the depth that we did, in many cases, goals have 3 or 4 priorities attached to 1 goal. But we have all of the LCAP have all 8 priorities. However, we've added more priorities to each of the goals. So yes, you are correct.
And my last question. So, Dr. Ochoa, you meet with the county once a month on LCAP?
Actually, I meet with the county multiple times. So I have participated in the meetings where all school districts are participating. But in addition to that, because of the LCAP being brand new, I met specifically with our provider, and she came to my office and I came to her, and sometimes it was twice a month and sometimes it was multiple times it was every other month. So in 1 month, I may have met with her twice. The next month, I went to a county meeting, and then the next month, I met with her twice again. So this is an ongoing process, and this communication was brand new to the person that was providing me feedback. And so as she's receiving feedback, she's providing feedback to me, and we're doing this cycle. And in some cases, it was very consistent, but in many cases, the equity multiplier was the caveat in which we needed to go deeper, because we're taking a look at student groups that are in red. We have multiple student groups in red, and not only in specific areas like ELA, but in math, in reclassification rates, and so forth. And so if we compared ourselves to another district who had less reds, their LCAP would have been smaller or shorter. In this case, we have much more student groups in which to provide services, and we have to take it through the lens of equity, taking a look at each of those student groups, providing equitable services, and being able to supplement those equitable services so that when we are accounted and audits are made available to us, that we are able to say without a doubt that we're providing supplemental services to our students that require equitable services.
Yes, that's why we get supplemental. We have 3 forms of funding. We have the base funding, we have supplemental, and we have concentration. And so because of our student population, we get those funds. So those students need to be addressed. And it has always been like that since the conception of the LCFF back in 2013. So I guess my question is, I guess my concern, and I'll let other board members speak, that when we approved this LCAP back in June, nothing about an equity multiplier was talked about. And now it appears that that is the main subject of our LCAP.
So I beg to differ. We did represent the equity multiplier. We did have equity multipliers for each of the equity multiplier schools. However, when we provided those goals to you, it was through the caveat of providing it to the county. When the county received it from us, they were very specific in specific words they wanted us to remove and wanted us to add. May I give you an example?
Okay.
So one particular goal, or many particular goals, were the use of African American student groups. And we had to encourage the county to allow us to keep African American student groups within the goals. Many of the contributions from the county stated that the African American student group wasn't part of the REDS. However, as a district, we took a look at all educational partners and what they were telling us that they wanted into our LCAP, and we continued to push back and maintain African American student groups within our LCAP, within the equity multiplier. But this was engaging conversation, consistent engaging conversation with the county level, pushing back and being able to support what our AESD students are required, or what we expect from our AESD students. And so that's just one example of the pushback and the conversations. And this wasn't one conversation, this was multiple conversations. Because like you and like everyone at the school board, we understand what student groups we represent. We understand what each of the student groups require of us. And in order for us to provide equitable services, we need to make sure it's incorporated in the LCAP.
I have other questions, but I'll let the other board members ask them. I wanted to talk about the carryover, but I'll wait on that one until later in the board meeting.
Does anyone else have a question?
Yeah, I have a few. So from my understanding, it was mentioned prior that there was regular meetings with the county, correct? And these meetings, the information was dispersed over time. Did we have a representative from the district present at those meetings in person? Or was this, because I have to concur with Trustee Turner, this is a lot of changes to an LCAP for information not to be adequately surveyed to all of our teams. Did we have district representation at the county meetings?
So
And who was it?
So the first time that the equity multiplier was introduced in depth was in December. It was the second week of December. And that meeting was provided during Zoom. And so we had access to that meeting, and I was participating in that meeting via Zoom. Now, we were told if we could not participate that the video was provided to us and we could re-see it over and over again. So I had access to that information and that video. And so that was the outcome in which I laid the foundation for creating the equity multiplier at first glance. In addition to that, in January, in February and March, April, May, June, I participated in LCAP presentations via Zoom. In addition to that, we met with our county representative, and in some cases, she came to our district and provided one-on-one or one-on-three sessions with more than one person. In some cases, it was just me. In some cases, it was also business services. And in some cases, it was a team member that was on my particular team so that we can take notes. This was often. Every other month was via Zoom, and every other month was in person. So she came to me and I went to her. In addition to that, because of the depth of our LCAP, I was also not just represented or not just seeing the county person who was providing us resources. It was the person overseeing all of the individuals that were overseeing the LCAP. So we had one particular person who oversees each person that is going through all of the LCAPs. They also joined in the meeting.
We can't hear you, ma'am.
So we had one county person. In addition to that, her supervisor also joined our meetings. And so her supervisor, along with that county person, along with me, sat and communicated about the expectations of the LCAP. Now, again, the depth of the equity multiplier was much more deeper than we perceived. And that is where the county continued to provide us feedback, we had to change, provide us more feedback, we had to change. And so this created a cycle in which we could receive the letter from the county accepting the LCAP and bringing it to you today.
Okay, but the multiplier isn't the only change made in the LCAP. There was multiple to each goal. So I'm just having an issue understanding how we as a district misunderstood so much. Were we not aware? Were we not understanding? Was it the county that was incompetent? Where was the breakdown? Because I've never seen an LCAP get changed this much from a June approval to a September approval.
So some of the districts, some of the differences were the allocation of carryover. That was one thing that is very different from last year to this year. We had to take a look at our carryover and we had to redistribute that carryover from the first version that we brought to you to this version that we're bringing to you. So that's one of the biggest changes, the carryover incorporating. When we take a look at each of the goals, and you're looking at goals 1, 2, 3 through 10, not so many changes, but the descriptions of services is where we were pushing back and having constant communication of how to address that. And I have to believe that the county was in service of each of the school districts, because equity multiplier monies are first. It's the first year and it's new. And so I have to believe that the county is trying to protect each of the school district to create descriptions that are considered supplemental at 100% value. And so that is where we were constantly communicating, and that is where you're seeing some of the descriptions changing. We use the word supplemental. One of the words that we were using were very specific in human resource names. They asked us to take the human resource title or job description and put personnel. These were just specific recommendations. Now we went back and forth, and in the course of a month, just because I met with this person once, didn't mean that I didn't have constant communication with her almost on a daily. And so the communication, again, was, in my belief, good faith effort on the county to create descriptions that were really considered supplemental and services. So when we have accountability practices coming forth, we can, in good faith, say that all of the services provided through equity funds are supplemental and service.
Okay, thank you for that. I do have an additional question. I would like to take a moment and have an explanation onto why we have such a high carryover, why these monies weren't spent, whose job it was, and who failed to do it.
That's not an answer I could give. It's carryover.
That's a very good question. So at this time, I will say that it's really falls on all of us, us meaning myself, our team, and specifically making sure that we're working closely and developing better systems with our fiscal services to make sure and monitor those as we go down. So it would fall on us.
Thank you for that. I have no further questions.
I have one quick question. Just for transparency, I know that we talked about this, Dr. Dwyzon. Can you tell me how many changes did we have to our LCAP?
So we had over 100 edits that were given that we had to make. Remember, some of those edits are changing of words, could be addition here, all the ones that we showed you. So it was about 120, I believe.
Thank you.
I actually had a question about the carryover as well, but it was answered. My colleagues had great questions, and I'm glad that you guys were able to answer. What I'm hearing is that there wasn't adequate time to really implement this new information that the county also is learning about, perhaps. So now that we are implementing this new, perhaps language or new requirements, what I'm hearing is that now we have the information to actually implement it completely and fully. And so that's what I'm hearing, is that you guys were, unfortunately, the communication between the county was perhaps not as well, but not at anyone's fault, but perhaps because this is a new requirement. That's what I'm hearing.
I would say yes, that's part of it. Also, again, it's about developing stronger systems. So Ms. Gonzalez and myself have already talked about some of those changes. While we were cleared, I believe it was last week completely, and you have a copy of that letter in front of you. Just today, all districts in the county are cleared. So there were still districts that are still clearing because, again, it goes back to this new template. And anytime it's nice getting money, but it also comes with accountability. So we want to make sure that we are holding ourselves accountable and making sure that gets directly to our students.
Awesome, thank you. And just want to add one more comment that I think it also helps the argument when it said that at the 33 schools, all 33 had to resubmit their LCAP. So that speaks volumes as well in terms of perhaps why we're having to revisit this. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for answering those really good, tough questions.
First thing, I did not have the equity multiplier slides on my thing. If I could get those emails to me, I would like that. It just helps me to see things on paper than on a screen. I write notes on these things, so if I could get those too. And now that we've been through this, I do anticipate that this won't happen again, and that we'll be on top of things, and we'll just maintain communication with the district, and that those processes to help us, work more efficiently will be in place, right?
Absolutely. So first of all, I apologize about the slides. We'll make sure you have all of those. Additionally, remember that part of the new requirements, last year I gave the first one. It was a mid-year update.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm going to move it up because I gave it in February. So February is really close to the end of the year and closing the books and everything else. So we need to do that earlier. So my commitment to you is doing that in December, so that we have time to, if we're seeing we're not doing what we're supposed to, then we have time to readjust and do what we need to do. So those systems, absolutely, I will provide them and make sure you have the information consistently.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get those slides as well, as they were not part of
I
mine
will.
either?
I apologize. I'll send that to everyone. That was an error.
And I have one more last comment and question. The carryover, it was over $12 million?
That's correct.
Okay. And those monies were restricted dollars, from my understanding?
Yes, over multiple years. Yes.
So the county allowed us to use some of that money for teacher retention, and that is in the budget?
That is correct.
And how much was that?
I can specifically look at that.
And that's one of the things the county, from what I understand, the county sent the budget back, the LCAP back 3 times. And I was under the impression it would have almost 500 corrections, not 120. Almost
No.
close to 500. You know, when you guys present, we don't work in the district. We take what you say And we trust what you tell us when we make decisions. This is hard because we have to answer to our constituents. We have to answer to our parents. We have to answer when our scores are low like this and our children are not performing and we get money, to make those changes and those things doesn't happen. It does not look good on us here because we rely on you to make this happen. And when we get this, these changes are almost as big as LCAP. And giving away money is not something that we should be doing. We get good money to educate our students. And to hear those numbers, I even went through the SIPSs, and I was really disappointed at what I saw with those. I'm glad they were pulled. As you could tell, I'm really upset right now.
I agree, Dr.
And that's all I have.
Trustee Turner. To answer your question, that's $4,681,413.
Okay, that's for
retention.
teachers' retention?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Can I ask one more? Now, Trustee Turner made the comment that this is restricted funding. Who's responsible for that?
For
Who oversees the restricted funding?
our state and federal programs. So that would be Dr. Ochoa's department and myself.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ochoa and Dr. DeWison, we want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Moving on to academic services. We have a presentation for Prop 28 Arts and Music in Schools presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Board President Love French, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and audience members. Tonight, I would like to provide you with some information about Proposition 28, Arts and Music in the Schools. Next slide. Proposition 28, also known as the Arts and Music in the Schools funding, was passed by California voters. Its aim is to supplement arts education and promote more arts for more kids. Adelanto Elementary School District is committed to this vision and strives to build and expand a robust arts program across grade levels throughout our district. Next slide. This annual funding requires that all funds used only provide arts education programs. Local education agencies with more than 500 students must expend 80% of these funds, 80%, to employ certificated or classified employees to provide arts education program instruction. Students must be under the immediate supervision and control of a certificated employee. The remaining 20% will be used for arts education program, which includes, but is not limited to, instruction and training, supplies, materials, and arts educational partnership programs for instruction in dance, media, arts, music, theater, and visual arts. All of these funds are to be used to supplement the funding for arts education programs throughout our district. Next slide. Adelanto Elementary School District received $1,230,670 in total. This amount was calculated by the state and dispersed to each of the school sites. Listed here on this slide, you can see the exact amount provided for each school. Next slide. Now I would like to take a few minutes to share what each school site has planned to use for the funding as outlined in their arts and music in schools plans. For Adelanto Elementary School, they are going to be adding a cultural arts class for all of their students in TK through 5th grade. The Adelanto Virtual Academy is going to add visual arts classes. What this looks like in Hope Scholars is these classes will be provided during the school day to students. And for our independent study program, they're going to provide after-school classes for students in grades K through 8. At Columbia Middle School, we're going to add a graphic design elective. At Braddock, we're going to provide a cultural arts class for all students in TK through 5th grade. At Eagle Ranch, they're adding a fine arts class for students in TK through 5th grade. Out at El Mirage, they're going to provide a graphic art and design class for middle school, and other grades will receive additional art, music, painting, and music appreciation. At George Vision and Performing Arts, they're going to get to add, finally, a vocal arts class and also provide an additional after-school art club for students. At Gus Franklin, they're going to add a vocal arts class and provide an after-school art and music club for students as well. At Melva Davis, they are going to add a graphic design elective for students and then also provide after-school clubs for students in drama, art, coding, and music production. At Mesa Linda, they're going to add a graphic design elective for students. At Morgan Kincaid, they're going to add a fine arts class for their students in TK through 5th grade and also provide an after-school drama club for students. At Ted Vick, Victoria McGaffin, and West Creek, they're going to add a cultural arts class for students in grades TK through 5th grade. And at Westside Park, they're going to add a cultural art / art history class for all students, and then also provide an after-school class in drama, acting, and dance for students. So as you can see, our schools really took the money into account and really thought about the culture of their school. They also took the information collected through parent surveys done last year to determine what types of an art program to add to their school. Next slide. So thank you for allowing me to present this exciting news to you tonight. I am very enthusiastic and excited about the opportunities that lie ahead for our AESD students in the arts world. So at this time, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I do have a quick question.
Sure.
On, looks like page 3, maybe 4. It shows the allocated funds for each school.
Yes.
And you know, I'm looking at this, and we've got schools. I mean, they're putting in a lot. We got El Mirage over here with art, music, painting, music appreciation, graphic art, and they're only receiving $23,000. And then you jump over to Mesa Linda, who is actually receiving the second highest amount at $132,000. But they're only doing a graphic design elective. Can you kind of speak a little bit more to why the programs aren't being offered as much?
Yeah, so the state did allocate, they had a funding calculation in which they used to calculate how much each of the schools get. And so some of the schools were able to provide, they're sharing like a teacher with another site. A full-time employee, so that they get them a couple days a week. The other school gets them a couple days a week throughout the whole school year, so that they can provide to all of the students during the school day. And then some of the schools had additional funding, and so they're able to do like the after-school activities. So I don't know if that helps to answer your question.
Oh. I guess I'm still just a little unclear as to why there's only one program offered at Mesa and multiple offered at other school sites.
A full-time employee runs about $140,000, and that's with the benefits. And so you can see that that takes a lot of the funding from the school, so they didn't have a lot of extra money. In fact, some schools might have allocated some of their other state funding sources to help pay for a portion of this person. Where other schools, if they were only paying for half of a teacher because they were sharing it, they might have had some additional funding to pay for some of the other activities after school.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm really happy that we got this funding, and we needed more arts and music in our schools for our children. My question is after school. The schools that elect to do the after-school arts, would that be a part of our current after-school program managing that? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is in addition to, so
Okay.
these are actually managed by certificated staff.
Okay, good.
And we might even have like a classified staff assisting that certificated, but it will be run primarily by our teachers.
Okay. Now, will there be transportation for students that's taking these classes?
We do have transportation at our middle schools. We have a bus that comes to pick them up around 6. But for the other schools, there is no transportation at this time provided if they do stay for those after-school clubs.
Okay, so now that's another problem because all students won't be offered this. Because a lot of students can't stay after school without transportation. So
I'm sure that we can work with business services and take a look to see, what we're able to provide as far as transportation for students. I know that, all the scheduling and routing information, or, for after school can be, hard to kind of navigate, but, we would definitely be willing to meet with business services to see what we could do to provide that.
okay, and you'll get back to us?
Yes.
Actually, if I can just go ahead
Okay.
and add to that, Trustee Turner. So yes, our ELOP funding, especially for all of our after-school programs, is able to provide transportation for all of our programs that we have at our specific sites.
Okay, so even after school?
Yes.
Okay, great. So when that information go out to our parents, we will let them know the transportation will be provided for your
Yes.
child? Okay.
So
Okay.
currently, we have transportation provided to all the schools that have after-school programs. And as we expand that, then we'll also expand our
Okay.
transportation services.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. That's all I have.
I had a question. It was kind of touched briefly.
Okay.
It was regarding the funds. How are the funds distributed? How are they kind of piggybacking on Trustee Webster here? How does each school get what they get? And are there any criteria that we could, perhaps improve to better the outcome of what they get?
So a lot of the allocation is the unduplicated and that same structure that they would allocate like for ADA, for a school. We do have a breakdown of that that we can provide to you guys that has how they calculate it so you can see exactly what they're looking at. There were several different criterias that they use to calculate this, but we'd be happy to get that to you guys so that you have it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
So do you anticipate the amount allocated to the district to change, or is this a yearly thing that we will get and that these schools will get? So this is like a set amount.
So it is annual funding. I think that the calculations may go up or go down depending on how many students you have at your school site and how many fall under the categories that they use to help calculate that. But it is annual, so they can expect, if they keep their enrollment up, where it currently is, they can expect about the same dollar amount. But it will go up or down depending on some of the other factors that they use.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Carroll, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Dun, 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 dun. Presentation for the fiscal year 2023-24 unaudited actuals financial report. Ms. Gonzalez, thank you.
All right, good evening. I get the fun stuff, right? And there, I'm gonna wait for our presentation to be brought up. I see it on one. There we go. All right, let me see. Here we go. Okay, good evening, welcome. So we're gonna be presenting. I actually have our fiscal director, Zachary Clemish, here with me tonight. And so we're gonna be going over our 23-24 unaudited actuals. Just quick discussion topics that we're gonna touch over is how our district's funded, what is our unaudited actuals, the 23-24 revenues, 23-24 expenditures, and then of course next steps. So what happens after all of this is completed. So school districts rely on the state of California and the federal government for funding. So this is brought to us through our LCFF, which is our local control funding, and that's all based on our ADA. In addition, the additional state and federal funding is categorical grants. Some of the LCFF is brought to us by property taxes and different added revenues such as transportation, TK, and those additional pieces. School districts actually have no means to raise any type of property taxes or any type of taxes to supplement them. All of our revenues are generated off of ADA. So we could have 7,600 or 7,700 students currently enrolled. However, it actually counts on the students that actually attend campus. So that's what we're truly funding off. The state of California can limit or reduce funding based on the state economy. So when I was presenting on our second interim, I was discussing Prop 98. So Prop 98 is a local bill out there that basically tells the state of California that they are to give school districts 40% of the revenue that's generated. Okay, well, when I presented the second interim, excuse me, to talk about that, one of the things that the governor had done, because the state had a shortfall, meaning they had a deficit, is that they actually froze Prop 98 to the prior year revenues. So if they received more, we were actually as a district not going to receive that because they held it at the prior year revenue. So AESD prepares a multi-year projection for 3 years to estimate potential revenues and expenditures, and it estimates, and the estimates do change on every budget cycle. So when we present our budget, adopted budget in May, at the end of May, beginning of June, those are based off of the information that we currently have and the projected ADA for the upcoming years. When we talk about first interim, we go over what actually occurred from that time to October 31st. And then when we go over second interim, it's typically October 31st all the way through March. And then when we do unaudited actuals, it's everything from March all the way to the end of the year. So what we have done with everything that we have received. So the district's annual financial report is what our unaudited actuals are, what we did. Demonstrates how we closed our books, all the revenues, we recognize everything that we did, and we recognize all the expenditures that we have, both on the restricted and the unrestricted side. And then, of course, it's mandated by the state to go to the board before September 15th for approval, hence why we're here tonight. So when we go over our restricted revenues, we're looking at what was estimated in the prior, on our in the prior year according to what our actual year ending balance was. So we did have a $3.7 million change in our LCFF, and that has to do with recognizing some of our maintenance pieces that are required by the state. On our restricted revenues, some of our revenues actually went down, and that has to do, one, with one-time funding that's actually going away, some of the COVID funds that we had recognized in prior years, as well as, so if we did not, say, spend some of our title funds, they actually only recognize what we've spent. So if we received, say, $1 million, this is the example, if we received $1 million and we only spent $900,000, then we can't recognize the additional $100,000 within that year. But that doesn't mean that it goes away. It's a carryover then that you can recognize and spend in the following year. Okay. So for our combined revenues, we were actually only down $189 million in both of those for our restricted and unrestricted from our estimated actuals. So that actually wasn't too bad in considering the information that we had received in the prior year to what we had anticipated. So some of the changes that we had in our unrestricted revenues actually had to do with some of our services. Again, we recognize the pieces that had went out to our deferred maintenance and recognize them in our Fund 14, which was deferred maintenance. A couple of the other pieces was increase in certificated and classified salaries. Those two together were both a little over $1.2 million. Our benefits relatively changed somewhat, about $766,000. That incorporates all of those additional pieces for the end of the 23-24. Our restricted revenues, we did drop down some of our books and supplies by $1.3 million. However, again, if we recognize the other changes that we had, which was an increase in certificated classified salaries, as well as some of our services. So the additional I believe tutoring services, some of the pieces that we had done within there. So when we're looking at in total for both combined of unrestricted and restricted, we actually have only a change of increase actually of $2.7 million. So that's truly not that bad for a district. I've seen other districts where they've had a larger change. However, as we're focusing in 24-25 to ensure that we're actually spending everything, hence the reason why we're meeting monthly with a lot of our sites to ensure that they're spending everything up through the current year. So our next steps that we have here, our board approves the 23-24 unaudited actuals. This report is actually already sent to the county. And then what happens from there is that we take that information, they assess it. Our auditors are going to come back on site. We'll have our auditors on site next week. They'll be here actually Wednesday through Thursday. So what they're going to be doing is reviewing these unaudited actuals just like they do every single year to say, yes, you know, you've done everything within compliance, or hence, no, you have not, and then we have an audit finding. They do review all prior year audit finding as well to make sure that you're in compliance and that you've corrected everything from the prior year. Some of the pieces that they also do is if we've seen it where on assets and stuff, when we're recognizing some of those changes in the assets, there might be an adjustment. That's where our auditors are really looking at each of those pieces to ensure that we've coded everything correctly. And then come December, then that's when we'll present the auditors' findings and their reports on everything that we've presented here to you. And then when we present first interim, any adjustments that the auditors have requested as far as within the financials, we put those and calculate those into our first interim. And so I just want to say thank you to my fiscal team. They're amazing. I know that they've worked really, really hard for all of this, and I want to open it up to questions.
We'll start with Trustee Turner.
Turner, can you turn on your mic?
I need to turn that on. Great, thank you for your presentation. I have a question. If we can go back over the figures, the restricted revenues and the unrestricted revenues.
Sure.
So everything in red means that we estimated, let's go start with the unrestricted.
All right.
LCFF sources. So we estimated 105 million. We only spent 101 million of that? Is that what they're saying, that we had a carryover of?
So
No.
it's not that it's a carryover, what we estimated off of our LCFF calculator versus what we're recognizing out of our unrestricted into our restricted revenues. So as you know, part of our requirements from the state is a 3% contribution to our routine maintenance and our deferred maintenance. And so that's where that was being recognized.
Okay, okay. So same with the restricted, like the next page, under federal, we estimated 8 million, was the actual unaudited recognized 7, so we have over 844,000.
So on the restricted revenues, so before in some of the other pieces I talked about, right, we get different pots of money and they're used in different ways. Well, then you also recognize their revenues in different ways. Sometimes a district receives an actual allocation that's a fund balance, what's considered a fund balance. So if I give you $1 million, you have $1 million to spend and you recognize that revenue of $1 million. We have other pots of money that are restricted that you can only recognize the amount in which you spend. So if I gave you $1 million or I said, hey, your apportionment is going to be $1 million, but you only spent $800,000, you can only recognize $800,000 of that revenue.
Okay, so in other words, in the combined revenues, 189,000, or is that million? That's thousands.
That's millions. Or that's, I'm sorry,
That's
that one's 844,000.
Well, on the combined revenue.
On the combined revenue?
Of 189,000.
Correct.
Okay.
That's
so
reduction.
That'll go to next year.
Right, depending on how that pot of money is recognized.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Can you explain, it's on slide 9, District Med CEA at 60.12%?
Okay, so as an elementary school district, we have to spend 60% of our budget on salaries and benefits. So for a unified district, I think they're only at like 55%. So most districts actually spend close to about 70%. So if I was to take, a number of all of our actual salaries, then outside or combined with our unrestricted, we actually spend about 77% in total.
Okay.
So this is just for your unrestricted.
Okay, thank you.
Just wanted to make a comment. Usually with finances and financial reports, it's a little complicated for anyone who doesn't have a finance degree. So I appreciate the simplicity of how the presentation went, including adding the questions and then, excuse me, adding the answers right underneath. So I really do appreciate that, and I'm sure the public will appreciate that as well. So thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
I'll keep my comments short, but I do want to share my appreciation for your presentation tonight. And as always, it's a pleasure, Mr. Clemish. Thank you so much.
Yes, his staff has been absolutely fantastic. I can't say it enough. And I tell Carrie and Sylvia all the time, they're fiscal services cheerleaders out there doing everything that they can.
With no more questions, thank you. Thank you, Zach, for being here tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you. Section 5, closed session Declarations will be taking items 5.02 through 5.05 into closed session. The public comment period for closed session items listed on this agenda. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listen carefully and appreciate input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Z, do we have a representative for ADCA?
Madam President, the board would like to call for Jennifer Rader.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Cabinet. The fires in our surrounding areas are devastating. Just found out that I might actually need to evacuate. I'm in Phelan. ADTA prays that the firefighters can get these under control quickly with as little loss to life and property as possible. The air is thick with smoke and ash. Some of our own staff live in the affected areas or at least are impacted by traffic and evacuations. And it would seem prudent to call off meetings at least and potentially school. That is definitely not unprecedented. Those of us who've worked here a couple of decades can remember several times when schools were closed due to fires. Hopefully the county will make the call, as it seems clear our leadership won't. This meeting should have been called off, but it sure seems as though you welcome any opportunity to do business with as few eyes watching as possible. Summer months, inclement weather, impending Armageddon, business as usual. Speaking of which, who do we have making these kinds of decisions, hard decisions, in the absence of a superintendent or even an interim superintendent? Perhaps the president of the board can make the tough calls in the district when no one else is at the helm? Perhaps someone like Dr. Dwyzon, who's been with us longer than any other assistant superintendent? We need somebody, and we need somebody yesterday. Last week, it was rather interesting to have a special board meeting scheduled suddenly and then canceled just as suddenly, to possibly appoint an interim superintendent, Dr. Gideon. In the first place, I stand by my position that any employee, especially one that commands such an exorbitant price tag, should be hired, not appointed. And being hired, they should go through the process of being interviewed at several different levels of panels. But in the second place, it's our position that as a union, that a pool of several candidates should be assembled and vetted and interviewed for the position. And all of this should be transparently accomplished in open session where the community education partners in the district can see the process. I'm getting better at reading the agendas, and I was looking at the items listed under your closed session. Each of those is labeled with the following: type, action, information, discussion. Yet we are rarely, if ever, informed of any action taken during closed session. You are often sequestered away for hours, and yet no reportable action week after week. We, your community education partners, want to know what you're talking about and what is being done. Obviously, some of the agenda items involve personnel and hiring or releasing staff. Of course, we don't expect to be privy to those details, but we should be apprised of what kind of litigation the district faces. There's a lot of money spent on lawyers and consultants and settlements, and we should get to know what is happening in our district. Now to the budget report. As you must know, or you should know, unaudited actuals are how the district closed the last fiscal year. This cannot change because they are the closed books and everything you received and everything you spent. By all accounts, there was $9 million more received than was spent. These are unassigned and unappropriated monies, $9 million. There was $9 million that wasn't spent, and it is literally unallocated leftover money. And predicted for this coming year, there are already $5 million unallocated funds already in that category. Why wasn't it spent? What was it originally earmarked for? I know that last year we made a lot of noise about books and supplies and services, which amounted to about $12.5 million. But I don't know where this was earmarked for at all. The cost of a 1% increase for your teachers is under $500,000. Multiply that by 8, which represents the COLA we were due, and that's only $4 million. There's plenty of money still to cover health and welfare increases as well as salary increases for CSEA employees and even management, although that's not my concern. These numbers are coming from your own budget report. I wish I could give you the page number. I didn't think to write that down when I wrote this. I'm sorry. You have $9 million completely free and clear to spend however you like. This is your opportunity to show us where your priorities lie. This is your opportunity to show us that you value and respect the work we do for our community's children. This is where you right the wrongs of last year when the district cried broke and you said you were saving for the rainy day. I'm a grandma now. It's funny to say that because when I began here in Adelanto exactly 29 years ago, tomorrow's my anniversary date, I wasn't even a mother, but I have a grandson now that I dote on. If I gave my daughter $20 for him and asked her to pass that along to him, and then she took the money and deposited into her own savings account, that would be wrong. That's what the state of California is doing when they allocate a COLA increase, and they even fund that increase, as they did last year. And instead of passing that along to us as per the intention of the state, you just pocketed that money. In the simplest of terms, that's wrong. I have a few other questions about how money gets spent around here. Why are 3 bids not taken for any contract that is needed? Why is the amount of money to be spent set intentionally just below the threshold for requirement for bids? And who finds the contractors and consultants for the contracts we have to give? These are the questions I need answers to. These are the questions that your community education partners are asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Z, do we have a representative for CSEA?
Madam President, the board will call on Diane Lynn. I'm not sure if she's on the audience. She is not.
Do we have any audience members?
Madam President, we'd like to call on Robert Zubia.
Good evening, everybody. On behalf of the community, I request that school be deferred tomorrow. The air quality is awful, and students and employees should have the option of leaving the area for a day or two if they choose. Of course, teachers can take this option upon themselves, but most of us will be on site if our students are expected to be there as well. On behalf of the community, I request a yay or a nay on this issue by the meeting's end. No one should be expected to report to work with air quality as hazardous as this. I also noticed that in this area right here, that you guys have nice and well-functioning air humidifiers that work properly. Well, the ones we have in the classroom, we got those in the COVID area. In the COVID era, and they don't work as well as these anymore. So in other words, there is semi-clean air in here. I asked Jen right now, and she said that she smells smoke in here, and so do I. So there's semi-clean air in here, but that definitely was not the case in the classrooms today and definitely will not be tomorrow. Please do what is right for the students in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes tonight's speakers.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, can I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Trustee Webster, I motion to recess to closed session.
Soto, I'll second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Love French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. The time is 7:10. A few more minutes. reconvene to open session. The time is 9:07. Call to order, roll call, and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey, can you please take the vote?
Trustee Stewart,
Present.
trustee Turner,
Turner present.
trustee Soto,
Soto present.
trustee Webster,
Webster present.
trustee La French.
Love French present. The quorum has been established. Closed session reports. Now, announcement of reportable actions taken during closed session. I'd like to report that first, the board voted to close the schools for tomorrow. Second, the board voted to move Julie Gonzalez to step 4. Her contract will be put on the next agenda for approval. The board voted to appoint Dr. Bess as Director of Special Ed. Thank you very much. Number 4, appointment of an attorney based on Government Code Section 54956.9 AB. I have one last to report, which is that the board decided by a vote of 5-5 to appoint Dr. Walker as interim superintendent. With that being said, congratulations, and we want to say thank you for being here and thank you for supporting us. I also would like to express that the direction is given to council to initiate litigation with the direction was given to council to initiate an investigation to search for a superintendent. Okay. I'm glad I made it through that. Thank you very much.
Madam President, for clarification, the vote for Dr. Walker was 5-0, is that correct?
Oh, I said 5-5, huh?
Yeah.
5-0, I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
Okay.
Moving on to section 10, public testimony. Ms. LeVey, do we have any speakers for public testimony for open session?
We do not.
Okay, moving right along to section 10.01. Oh, no. Section 11, public hearing and sunshine proposal. We're going to open this up. 11.01, academic services. Posting of public hearing notice for resolution number 24.25.07, sufficiency of instructional materials. We're going to open this public hearing at 9:10. We're currently open for discussion. We're going to close it at 9:11. Trustees, I need a motion to approve resolution number 24.25.07, certifying that each student in the Adelanto Elementary School District has a standards aligned textbook or instructional materials in the subject areas of English, language arts, math, science, history, social science, and foreign language, Spanish.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the resolution 24.25.07, sufficiency of instructional materials.
Soto, I'll second that motion.
Ms. LeVey, please call for the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
trustee Webster,
Webster, aye.
trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 12 point, adoption of the minutes. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve the board minutes as written in order filled regular board meeting minutes of August the 27th, 2024?
Webster, I motion to approve the regular board meeting minutes of August 27th, 2024.
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner.
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Section 13, consent agenda. We're taking items 13.02 through 13.24. With the change to the titles for 13.16. Trustees, can I get a motion? I'm sorry. Does any trustee want to pull an item?
Stewart, I want to pull 13.03.
Can I get a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda with the exception of 13.03?
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of 13.03 and the corrections to 13.16.
Soto, I'll second that motion.
Ms. LeVey, would you take the vote, please?
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner.
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Can I get a motion to approve 13.03?
Stewart, I motion that he approve 13.03.
Soto, I'll second.
We're open for discussion.
Okay, the reason I pulled this is because I really want all of our principals to know that every class in every grade is supposed to go on 2 study trips. And I really am going to hopefully hold them accountable because I hear kids that don't go on one. They go maybe on one. One, she went on a Zoom in the aquarium. I can do that at home. Every child in our district, okay, the standard has been set to please every grade, every child, 2 study trips. Okay, I really hope that our kids get to benefit from this. It's for them. And that's all I have to say.
Hearing no further discussion, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner.
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. Section 14. Oh, no. Okay. Section 15, new business. 50.01, trustees, can I get a motion to approve the local control and accountability plan
Webster, I motion to
for
approve.
2024, 2020? Is that a
stopped.
7? Sorry.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the LCAP for 2024 through 2027.
Soto, I'll second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner.
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. Section 15.03. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve resolution number 24.25.07, sufficiency of instructional materials?
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the resolution 2425.07, sufficiency of instructional materials.
Stewart, I second.
Mrs. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. 15.04, trustees, can I get a motion to approve the Proposition 28 Arts and Music in Schools annual plans for 2024-25?
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve Proposition 28 Arts and Musics in Schools annual plans for 24 and 25.
Soto, I'll second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Section 15.05, trustees, can I get a motion to approve the ratification of the agreement with Midcon and Harbor LLP for legal services?
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Soto, I'll second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 15.06, trustees, can I get a motion to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 unaudited actuals financial report?
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve.
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Policy introductions, updates, and readings, 16.01. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve and adopt the first read revisions of the board policy 5141.21, administering medication and monitoring health conditions?
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of Board Policy 5141.21, administering medication and monitoring health conditions.
We did 1506.
We're missing 1506?
No, she took it.
Did we do unaudited actuals?
No.
Yeah.
We did do the unaudited action.
Yeah, we
Turner
we did.
motioned,
We
Stewart
did
seconded
Thank you.
Yes.
with a 5-0.
Thank you. So I have a Stewart for this one, for 1601?
1601, you have a Webster.
Webster.
I need a second.
Thank you.
I know, it's the lightning round. You can't keep up.
We got 9 minutes.
Let's go.
Soto, I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LeVey, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 16.02. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve and adopt the first read revisions of Administrative Regulation 5141.21?
Trustee Turner, I motion.
Wait a minute. Administrating medication and monitoring health conditions?
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve.
Trustee Webster, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
She was just trying to help you out. I.
Trustee La French?
Aye. Motion passed. 16.03. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of Board Policy 5131.2, bullying?
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve.
Soto, I'll second.
Ms. LeVey, could you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 16.04. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve and adopt the first read revisions of Administrative Regulation 5131.2, bullying.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of Administrative Regulation 5131.2 bullying.
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, I motion passed. Section 17, governing board members' reports and announcement. We have about 7 minutes left. Would anyone like to?
I'll go really quick. Okay. I attended President of CSEA, Diane Lynn's husband, ongoing ceremony on Saturday. Was it Saturday? Saturday. And it was a very moving experience. I saw a lot of AESD staff there. Dr. DeWison was there. A lot of family and friends. And, you know, I just feel for her. Her husband was really young, you know, and she's going to need all of our prayers and support during this difficult time. She wasn't here tonight, which is understandable. But let her know that we all love and care for her, and she's in our prayers. And I'll reserve the rest of my comments for at the next board meeting. I just wanted to make that announcement.
Thank you.
I have none. I will wait till next time.
Oh, I can make mine quick, Madam President.
Yes.
I did just want to extend my condolences to Miss Diane Lynn and for her passing. And as well as her mother. Oh, okay. So I'm being told that another by Martin. Yes, thank you to those affected by the loss as well. On another note, I did want to share that I'm excited that I'll be attending the Wisdom Sharing Annual Conference on Coherent Governance from September 26th to September 28th. I signed up for the Reinventing Your Board conference. I hope to learn more about student achievement, closing the achievement gap, board role, clarified board roles, empowering the superintendent with authority and accountability, and to end micromanaging and while we can govern using policy. So I'm excited to expand my knowledge on these subjects, and as I believe will be beneficial to the district. I also wanted to shout out and give a big thank you to our executive assistant, Ms. LeVey, for the ongoing messages and updates on the district operations. I also wanted to give a huge thank you and shout out to our risk manager, Ms. Olsen Zavala, for the updates on the fire. Let's continue supporting each other and being kind to each other so that we can all feel encouraged and supported on continuing to run the district. I look forward to growing with you all and getting to know you more. I wanted to speak on a little bit about the bullying resolution that we passed. I'm very excited that we have something like this being passed. Bullying for me is a personal journey that has affected me and who I am today. And so it's important that kids are feeling safe at school so that kids can continue attending school. Looks like my time is running out, so I just want to say thank you for listening, and I hope everyone has a good night.
Thank you.
I will make my comments as quick as I can. I do want to make a special shout out to all of our schools for the win on the PBIS awards. 14 this year. We had 10 last year, and we did take up the bulk of the room, so I can only imagine how many tables we will need this year. I do want to give a shout out to our ADA being heightened. Having our kids in our classrooms, having them in school, allows them to better themselves every day. And I think it's essential because 1 missed day, 2 missed days, 3 missed days turns into a lot of education that is missed. I do want to take a moment and thank special education for the IEP empowerment classes. I did hear exceptional reviews about that and the guidance that the parents got. I want to take a moment and talk about some concerns I have with Mesa Linda. It's my understanding from district updates to updates from teachers and staff that we definitely have some strong concerns over at that site, especially with security and being able to kind of manage the everyday operations. So I do look forward to furthering our conversations about how we can remedy that, and then also support the school site more, make sure that everybody's having a safe and reliable day at school. Last but not least, I do want to take a moment and remember tomorrow is 9/11. 9/11 was a massive event for the United States of America. And as we're coming up in the light of everything, I do hope everyone takes a moment and remembers and recognizes and just take that moment of silence to remember how far we have came as a nation. So with that being said, I will close my comments, but thank you.
Thank you. I would like to take this time to offer my condolences to Miss Martin with the loss of her mom, and to Miss Lynn on the loss of her husband. The time is 9:28. Trustees, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Trustee Webster, I motion to adjourn.
Soto will second.
I just want to congratulate all of the appointments and that were done tonight. Ms. Beth, Dr. Walker, congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LeVay, will you call for the vote, please?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Please drive home safe, and please try to stay indoors.
Madam President, the
Meeting
time is
adjourned.
9:30.
Time is 9:30. Thank you.